Test 1, 2.
Good morning, all. We're going to wait about 3 more minutes for folks to get in here from the rain and find parking and such. So at 8:35, we're going to go ahead and get rolling. right. I welcome everyone today. We have a slightly smaller crowd, I've understood, because of rain and because of world events that are creating quite a protest situation in downtown Cleveland. So I appreciate that y'all made it. It says something for your dedication. It says something for your passion for Twice Exceptional Kids. It says something for you coming from somewhere else and making the best of it, and so you're here. So truly appreciate it. If you have a chance to hang out a little bit longer in Cleveland, we have a world-renowned art museum. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is always great fun, and I understand some of y'all made it to the second largest theater district in the country, right behind New York. So there's lots of little points of pride of Cleveland, and we're excited that Cleveland State is here as part of the urban community, and that we're beginning the Twice Exceptional program. One of the things I was reflecting on last night was how we have found our people, and what a wonderful opportunity it is to connect with our group, our tribe, in a sense, because we're a group of folks who are passionate about these kids who don't quite fit into special education, who don't quite fit into gifted, who have these talents that we have to advocate for. And as advocates and as researchers and as teacher preparation and as heads of schools and as heads of states, districts, that we really try to bring that voice to each other. So having an opportunity to talk with each other, engage with each other, whether it's online, whether it's hybrid, whether it's here face-to-face, has been so rewarding and such a powerful experience. And so I'm deeply grateful that you came. I'm deeply grateful that you're participating, and am so excited to see what the future holds. So we're going to end today with we're going to have our last day kind of focus on the future. We're going to think about what next, where do we go next? If we have a community, how do we provide services for kids? How do we prepare teachers for kids? How do we work with systems for these kids? And how do we help parents with their kids? And so that community that we create, we find, we help each other. And understanding that through universities, through school systems, through parent groups, through different advocacy groups, through different components, that we can connect together and really begin to make some noise or buzz about it. So here at Cleveland State, we use the concept of the bee. I don't know if you've had a chance to see the website, but bees weren't supposed to be able to fly for many, many years. All the scientists were very confused about bees because they don't follow the rules of aviation. Their wings are too small to lift their bodies off the ground. And so for a long time, they just said, So there's a wonderful quote from the Bee movie that I use of that bees don't really care what humans think is impossible, they do it anyways. And that's our Twice Exceptional kids, that they have lots of people telling them what they can't do. There's lots of focus. People are befuddled by them. And they fly anyways if they have a teacher. The main difference between bees and humans is that people need teachers in order to be able to fly. So as teachers, we need to use creativity. We need to help kids use their creativity. We need to connect with them in very unusual ways. So bees actually fly, they only discovered it in 2004, by spinning their wings in figure eights. It creates lift by creating essentially mini hurricanes, vortices, underneath their wings. It is, a scientist said, it is not efficient. You would not design a bee this way. So they create disturbances wherever they go. And I kind of figured that that's a really good image of Twice Exceptional kids, that they create disturbances. We're here to help them fly, to help them find that lift, to use their wings in creative, unusual ways. And I wanted to start us off today by looking at why we're here in Cleveland. So some folks have come up to me and said, oh my gosh, about your program. And I'm like, actually, it's not my program. I was hired by the program, but I didn't start the program. And the advertisement came out in the Chronicle of Higher Education and Higher Ed Jobs. And I saw it and I thought, seriously? A twice exceptional professor position? I've never seen one of those. And in that same day, I had about 5 or 6 different people email me the link and say, you need to apply for this. And I thought, well, duh. Of course. But there were a lot of people who applied, and there were a lot of people who were very interested. And I was more floored as to how the heck do you get it through a university system with its multiple levels of administration, understanding what twice exceptional is, finding that process. It's very, very painful to build any sort of program through state government. And yet this appeared. And so I did a little digging, and I found out that the reason that we're here, the reason this program got started, is because of an angry parent. And it always starts with an angry parent. An angry parent who, though, is a beloved professor, who literally teaches the courses on activism, on community development, on getting things done, who got a law degree to advocate for his kid, who really pulled together the community. So no one does anything by themselves, but it started there, and then it continued. And then he found other angry parents, and then he found folks who were very focused on social justice and doing right by all kids. And it happened. And so I am deeply grateful to help build the program, to help promote the program, but it's not my program. And so I'd like to introduce Dr. Brian Harper, who is much more than just an angry parent, but it started there. And so he's going to tell us a little bit about that story. He's going to tell us a little bit about his story, and he's going to tell you lessons, in a sense, of how to get stuff done. And I am eternally grateful for him. It is a dream come true for me to be here, but I hope I'm fulfilling, and I'm hoping to accomplish other dreams as well. So Dr. Brian Harper is an associate professor in educational studies, educational psychology. He's in the department with me in educational studies, research, and technology, and has been a phenomenal support and an advocate for twice exceptional kids. So no further ado.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, I'm going to do the first social faux pas and have my phone here. And the reason I have my phone here is because I get to talk about my favorite thing in the world to talk about. And if I don't stop talking when I'm supposed to, people will make angry faces at me and we'll be here all day. So my phone is only here so I can see when I should shut up, okay? I'm Brian Harper. I'm a faculty member in, formerly Curriculum and Foundations. This is sort of the story. I'm blessed to be a part of the journey towards the creation of the program, and I want to walk you through kind of how that story transpired. But work with me. One of my favorite things is to tell stories. I'm a Philadelphian at heart, which means I'm an East Coast guy, and right on. Which means I'm a storyteller at heart. So work with me. I promise I'll get back to the point, but everything I'm going to tell you is relevant. Make sense? Awesome. That handsome gentleman in the hat is my favorite person in the world. That is my son, Brian. He is, gosh, we're young back then. This is January of 2004. Let me tell you about what was happening in January of 2004. Now, stay with me. This is all relevant. In January of 2004, I was graduating from Ohio State. That's actually a picture from graduation. Side note, there are more pictures of my son that day than there are of me, which shows you who was important. I was getting a PhD in educational psychology. I had just taken a job at Cleveland State University, so it moved from Philadelphia to Columbus and then later to Cleveland. My focus at that time was identity development, academic self-regulation, and I had just become a dad that January. This picture might be May or June or something, whatever. And I'd just become a dad. And that's my kid. And life changed. January 29, 2004, life was completely different. I had no idea. Am I allowed to curse? I had no idea what the heck I was doing, okay? But I did know I loved him. I knew I loved him more than I could imagine. Moved to Cleveland. He's growing. Things are happening. Remember, I've got a PhD in educational psychology, so a large part of my training focused on developmental psychology as well. As a developmental psychologist, I knew a great deal about the markers my kid was supposed to hit. Your first word should come here. Your first step should come here. And I noticed he was a tick behind, just a tick behind on many of them. Things like language development. I noticed if he was sitting somewhere and I would call him, Brian, 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 he wouldn't respond to his name. I also noticed that he wasn't making eye contact. I noticed little things as he began to move around. Things like he would take the books off of the bookshelf and just put them on the floor. Not to destroy them or anything, they just were there. I noticed when chairs were not lined up correctly. We would take him to a Sunday school class and the chairs weren't lined up, and he would reorganize the chairs. I recall taking him that first Christmas in 2004 to get a picture taken. Remember, the story's still going somewhere. I promise I'll get back to the program. Taking him to have his picture taken at the mall and him freaking out and running because just hands over his ears and running. This was in 2004, it's a little later. And eventually, he is diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, somewhere around 2 or 3. At the same time, he begins having seizures. So he's having grand mal seizures. As he has these seizures, they're left frontal lobe seizures. And again, developmental psychologist, I knew a bit about this, and I became aware that it affected his receptive language abilities. So while he could communicate verbally, he had a great deal of difficulty with things like reading comprehension and processing language as people talk to him. And that was tough. Great deal of anxiety about that. What are we going to do with this kid? How are we going to manage this? But somewhere around the same time, I noticed something else. I noticed that he had an incredible memory for detail. Incredible memory. I also noticed my son, I should have taken a picture of this. He had a drawer where he kept his things, and it looks like complete garbage to us. Tons and tons of items in it, but if you took one item out of it, he'd know which item was missing. We tested this theory. We got him a ball pit. Red, blue, green, orange, yellow balls, all in a ball pit. Put them in, took one out, put it behind your back. Say, which one's missing? Oh, you have the yellow one in your hand. I thought, that's a little weird. And he was incredibly good at math. So I thought, okay, well, we'll see what we do with this. I don't know where any of this is going. And I knew academically a great deal about autism, but I wasn't sure how to parent here. Stick with me, the story's going somewhere. And then there came the day where the boy needed to have his tonsils removed. We have one of the most wonderful hospitals in the country, Cleveland Clinic. We take the child to Cleveland Clinic for his tonsils to be removed, and I'm standing with him. What you're looking at is a picture of a perpetual motion machine. I told you I like to tell stories. The perpetual motion machine, this isn't the one at Cleveland Clinic, but there was one at Cleveland Clinic that had a ball that went through a cycle, okay? At the end of the cycle, the ball bounced off of a gong, okay? I'm standing, we're waiting to see the doctor with my son, and the ball hits the gong, and he looks up, and he looks at his dad, and he says, C#. Thought, that's interesting. That's certainly interesting. So, you know, I record the gong song with my phone. We get home, we've got a little Casio keyboard. I play a C#, and guess what? He's right. So I thought, that's certainly intriguing. And I did what every suburban parent would do in this situation. I said, we got to get this boy in front of an instrument. Let's make it a piano. And so we did. Now, side note, it was important to me as a dad that his taste in music be strong. So, you know, I tried. He still favors pop music, but you know, can't win them all. So we get the kid in front of a piano, and there are lessons, and he starts moving incredibly quickly as a pianist. He's developing. He's too small to get to the pedals without something to support him, but he's incredibly good right away. And we think, wow, this is the greatest thing ever. What are we going to do with this? How is this going to work? Now, meanwhile, he's in school. He's a first grader. He moves into a self-contained classroom because while he is verbal, he struggles a great deal with just large crowds and the noises. The sounds are too much for him. So he's in a self-contained classroom. And while he's there, he's having a ball. Why? Because he can read, and he's incredibly good at math. So the tasks he's being asked to perform are ones he can do. So in this self-contained classroom, a teacher will say, hey, Brian, what's this word? And if you get this word right, you can bounce on the trampoline and have chocolate milk afterwards. So he looks at it, table, bam, and he's bouncing on a trampoline and having chocolate milk. Now he's not moving academically. As a pianist, he's growing. Academically, he's stagnating. We were blessed to have a teacher in the district who said he shouldn't be in a self-contained classroom, we'll put him in our room. I thought, okay, this is turning around. This kid's a strong pianist. He can read. It's first grade. We're going to be able to make this work. And then, I wish I could play, oh, that makes me sad. That's Tiny Brian playing Moonlight Sonata. What's that you say? You have to hear it? Of course you do. Oh, terrible. You indulge me, we'll be here all day, I'm telling you. When he's playing, when he's young, I don't know how old he is. He's very tiny though. While he's playing, suddenly this kid who is struggling to express his emotions, is struggling to build connections, has connections. He's got friends. There were little girls when he was in first grade who used to say, Brian, pretend to play piano. You know, air guitar, he's playing air piano while they dance around. And so he's making all kinds of connections with others, and it's great. It's the greatest thing ever. And he's put into a mainstream classroom, and we're like, we've solved it. We got it. It's going to be okay, except, oops, get rid of that. Except, we got a problem. Here's the problem. His teacher is strong. His teacher is considerate. His teacher is caring. But am I allowed to curse? She has no idea what the heck she's doing with him. And so I go to meeting after meeting after meeting in his classroom where I'm being told, Brian does this well, but here are the 15 struggles he has in the classroom. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. This is the same child I'm watching soar when there's a piano in front of him, but now you're telling me he is struggling to sit and process the questions after you read a story. It was almost as if they were talking about two different kids. And I thought, there has to be a way for these two things to meet. Because when we have meetings, I feel like you're telling me my child is not salvageable. And I was furious, absolutely furious, because this is my kid. And at the time he's 6 and then 7, but time is running out. In my mind, I'm constantly hearing a clock ticking that at some point your school system is going to say, we're done with it, figure it out. And I had no idea what to do. And there were a lot of tears. And there was a lot of yelling. And it really came down to these questions. I would go to meeting after meeting after meeting and ask the following questions. Are you really seeing my kid? Because all I'm hearing from you is what he can't do. You're really even seeing him. What resources do you have to support him? You know the things that are good about him. You know where his strengths are. Why aren't those things being supported? What type of training is available for your teachers and administrators and support staff to help my kid? I had never heard the term twice exceptional at that point in my life. I didn't know it was a thing. When they asked me, what's going, your child is exceptional, what does that mean? I would say autism, epilepsy. He has seizures, here are the areas where he struggles. Because those were the only conversations we were able to have. And that is incredibly frustrating. It was then, it's making me angry to think about it now. But mostly it came down to the last one. Shouldn't somebody be doing something? Right? I know my kid is capable. I've seen him do this stuff. The piano, I know he can do this. But shouldn't somebody be doing something? Now, if you'd asked me at that point, in 2012, I would have clearly been able to identify the problem. Very, very clearly. When are students screened? Should there be a screening in place to identify strengths as well as weaknesses? Are teachers being trained? That second one is the one that really hits me. How do we support these kids emotionally? How do we support kids who thrive in some areas and struggles in others? The last one is the one that was the biggest. This was my flag to wave. If I could have printed it on a t-shirt or tattooed it on my forehead, I would have. How do we propose to use his strengths? I know where his strengths were to work on his challenges. All right, hold on, I'm gonna mute this. How do I mute this? I haven't looked at play. This was the problem. This is where I identified that there was a clear division between what was happening in the district. And we were blessed to live in a very good district academically. This is where we were blessed. Am I running out of time? Yes. Bless you. And I'll just ramble while you do.
Okay.
The division between where I was and what I wanted and what the school wanted was here. And it was really based on the idea of the problem as identified. The teachers weren't trained. The administrators weren't trained. I can tell you in all honesty, I had not heard the term twice exceptional until I was maybe 10 years into my career as a faculty member at Cleveland State. That's perfect.
Okay, but now,
Maybe just
there we
do
go.
that.
Yep, there we go. Got it. Okay,
We good?
I think.
Hey, all right. Remember this guy? Not the handsome one, the one with the red thing. He's a college professor at this time, and I thought there's got to be a way for me to be more influential about all of this. Because by the time we get to 2021, my kid is 17. That 17-year-old is a senior in high school. Ups, downs, there were challenges in middle school that were insane. I don't have enough time to go into all of them. There were challenges as we tried to think about transitioning with him. A lot of it was making it up as we went along. And I thought to myself, there has to be a better way to do this. I told you I'd get back to the point. Now we're back at the point. I'm blessed to have a wonderfully receptive department chair. My department chair and I have a running joke that our juices really get flowing around 7:30 a.m. And so as I'm driving wherever I need to be, or she's driving wherever she needs to be, we talk on the phone, and great ideas come out of our conversations on the phone. In December of 2021, we had a conversation, and that conversation centered around the idea of requesting a position. Now, for the folks who aren't university folks in this room, the way it generally works here is that at some point each year, each of the departments has an opportunity to request a position of the provost. You make an argument, we really need another ed psych person, or we could really use another literacy person, or what have you. Enrollment is always a challenge, and so it becomes difficult to make the argument that you should actually receive a position. During an informal conversation with my department chair, we started talking about my son a little, because, you know, that's all I have to talk about that's interesting. And so as we talk about him, she mentions the term, hey, was Brian ever classified as twice exceptional? And I said, well, not formally. And I kind of walked her through the short version of the story I just shared with you. And she said, what about the idea of us requesting a twice exceptional position of the provost? Now, this was going to be a little different than anything we'd done before because this was going to require a different approach. So generally, our department at that point in time was called Curriculum and Foundations. So at that point in time, if Curriculum and Foundations was requesting a position, it would be a single position for our department. Make sense? What we were requesting, let me back up a little bit from that. Our department houses the gifted program. The teacher education program the teacher education department houses the special ed program. What we were talking about in our informal conversation was, can we do something that would allow the two departments to work together to create a position? This individual would prospectively serve in both departments and would in fact teach courses in both departments, be responsible for helping to build a program that really would be housed in both departments. A wonderful collaboration. We thought, very interesting. And the more we talked, the more excited we got because we thought there's nothing like this. So the first thing we did, we started looking across the country to see, okay, there's got to be a roadmap to follow and how to create something like this. There was nothing like it anywhere. And you know what's cool? The anxiety you feel when you start to do something that people haven't done before, after that went away, we got super excited and said, this is something that could work. And so my chair went back and she spoke with folks in the SPED department, she spoke with the chair of the teacher ed program, and the conversation moved towards what this position will begin to look like, and we started to flesh it out. And here's what we said. I'm going to read this from the original write-up we had. We put together a call for submissions for people to apply, and we said we were looking for a successful candidate who would ultimately be the coordinator of the Gifted and Talented Master's Program and the Dual Licensure Program of Special Education and Gifted Ed. The candidate needs to be committed to developing and strengthening the program by taking a leadership role in curriculum design and implementation. In addition, the candidate will teach a variety of courses, supervise students online and face-to-face, commitment to developing the program, to moving it forward. Position responsibilities include but are not limited to program coordinator, teaching, scholar, research, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We put together this incredibly detailed proposal, and then we crossed our fingers and we prayed. The proposal goes to the provost, and bam, they say we're going to get the position. And we celebrated. It was awesome. But it's just the beginning. Like anything in life, nothing is ever as simple as it seems to be, right? So we have to set out, okay, we've got this position. If you build it, they will come. We've got to find the person. Because remember, we did all this based on conversations about just trends and where the field is going, my own anger about my own situation, and the needs of the college and what we thought would help. So we never thought about who is this person and where are they? And so we had a number of challenges in doing that. First off, collaboration, because we're inviting a bunch of people to the table. We've got folks from both departments who are coming together to work on this. We had to convince people of the need for the position. We had to establish the criteria. That took much longer than you think it would because the list was as long as our arm. And then the problem becomes when you go to find somebody, who are you going to find that's bringing all of this knowledge from all of these different areas? We were looking for a unicorn that could also fly. What's a unicorn that flies? Is that an alicorn? Pegasus, thank you. I'm just checking to see if you're paying attention. So we're looking for a Pegasus who also poops rainbow Skittles. You know, it was this individual that was bringing all of these wonderful skills to the table and experiences to the table, and we just kind of moved. We knew what we wanted, but we sort of moved forward on a wing and a prayer that this person actually existed somewhere. But that's what it was. And so we set about the process of looking. And we were blessed to find, I'm going to read it because Dr. Hughes is not going to want me to say these things because she's way too modest, so I'm going to say them. I'm going to read them from my paper. In 2022, we had a number of applicants for this position. And people presented, and we had a very, very skilled pool of people. And what we found was there were people who showed strengths in one area who would be very strong in SPED education, but not as strong in gifted. We would have people who were remarkably strong in gifted education and not as strong in SPED. We had people who didn't have coordinator experiences. We had people who weren't strong as a researcher. And then we found Dr. Hughes. In 2022, I'm going to read it as I've written it down. Cleveland State University was blessed to hire Dr. Claire Hughes, a nationally known expert in twice exceptional education with a master's degree, a PhD, and classroom experience in gifted education and special education. When I tell you, if you believe in love at first sight, that was kind of the comment we made as a search committee. We met Dr. Hughes and we said, that's it. This is it. Her vision for where the program was going to go, it matched. It was as if we had been having these conversations for years among ourselves. The part of me that's a parent took a deep breath. Dr. Hughes won't remember, but the very first question I'd asked her as we were walking was a parent question. And she just kind of, oh, sure, blah, blah, blah. And she gave me an answer, and I thought, I think I love you. But the vision matched perfectly for where we were. And from that time, we've seen the program creation and growth, and it has been beyond what we as faculty, as we were conceptualized in the position, thought it would be. The program itself focuses on not just the integration of SPED and gifted education, but an in-depth knowledge of connecting to and communicating values and processes of these fields and supporting parents and students and families. And I can say, as a colleague, I have a ton of respect for Dr. Hughes and what she has accomplished. As a parent of a son who is now a college student himself, I see the work she's doing, and the only criticism I would have of Dr. Hughes is that she did not show up in our lives 15 years earlier, because the program itself has become everything from that first conversation with Dr. Galetta, the program has become everything we hoped it to be and more. And so, that is us then to now. We are excited to think about where we're going as we move forward. But I think it's apropos for us to close my talk, or my part of this talk, by just applauding Dr. Hughes for all the work she has done.
Yeah. As you can see, it was meant to be. It was absolutely meant to be. I was at the right place. They were at the right space. I never, in my wildest dreams, imagined I would end up at Cleveland State. I mean, no insult to Cleveland, but I had no concept of it. But this is sort of the first time I've heard the full story of Brian and the Bryans. And I want you to understand the power of a parent, the power of a really, of somebody who is willing to wait. The impact that you will have on kids may not directly help your own child, but they're going to hopefully help other children. So I'm hoping that through collaboration with your organizations, with communication through your organizations, with building a community of twice exceptional, that Cleveland State is not a Pegasus with a unicorn, or a bee, or whatever we are, that we're not this unique kind of place, because we do have friends. We have friends at Bridges, we have friends at Johns Hopkins, we have friends at Baylor, we have friends at the university level, we have schools out there, there are communities out there that we need to begin to foster and to develop. Now, I'm very excited that our next speaker was picked because he is a community builder. I'm very honored to acknowledge my friend Christopher. Christopher Milo is well known here in Cleveland for his inspirational talks, for his discussions for connecting, for providing a reason for belonging. And it's that concept of being at the right place at the right time to do things that matter. And Christopher has such a powerful story, so I'm so excited for y'all to hear about my friend Christopher. Christopher Milo. You might need a microphone. Yeah. Grab a mic. You're in a group, by the way, that totally understands diverse ways of learning.
If you turn the microphone on. Good. Good morning, everyone. Since you are choosing to go back there, I'm going to come to you, if that's okay. My name is Christopher Milo, and I am absolutely honored to have the opportunity to speak with you all today. I understand that many of you, if not with the exception of a few of you, are from very far away. So welcome to our city. Welcome to Cleveland, Ohio. I am 30 minutes down the road. You don't have to clap if you don't want to. Thank you so much. I'm going to come talk to you. No. I wanted to share a little bit of my story, a little bit of my background, so we can kind of have an idea of the mission, the man, who I am, what I've had the privilege to do, who I've had the privilege to partner with. Growing up for me, I want to start years ago. Growing up for me, I was a part of that group that was the least, the lost, the left behind. I grew up in a town called Wadsworth, Ohio, 15 miles west of Akron. And for me, I went to a private Catholic school that did not have a great experience in school. I was what we now know as bullying. I was picked on for a lot of various reasons, and I want to share some of those reasons. Some of those reasons were because I was kind to people. People told me that I was a brown-noser. Well, my parents raised me to say please and thank you, to be respectful, to be kind. That's the way I was raised. They also taught me to treat people like I wanted to be treated. But for some reason, I was made fun of for that. And I really want you to not focus on only my heart this morning. I want you to hear what my heart is saying, because that's why I'm here, is because of my heart. Not because I'm good or great or anything. It's because of my heart that I was blessed with, okay? I continued to go through Sacred Heart. I got through about the 6th grade, 7th grade. I didn't even want to be in school. I couldn't stand school. I was crying all the way home. I would crawl in the tire on the playground. I couldn't wait for it to be over. All I wanted to do when I was little was play the piano. That was me. And I remember being in grade school, in the corner of the cafeteria, there was this old upright piano. You guys, it was ugly. It was out of tune. You know, it was the typical old Catholic school piano. And I would eat my lunch as fast as I could so I could sit down and play what I had learned from last week's piano lesson. I just wanted to share, okay? But I would get over to the piano, I would sit down here's my shot, and everybody was gone. They had gone out to recess. Well, like Brian said, this all is going somewhere. And I like to tell stories too. But how do you think that made me feel? We all know. I wouldn't say that I was very good. But when you first start anything, are you really any good at it? Typically, no. But are we near that video? Are we able to pull something up? The video? So with a little practice, here's an example, but you have to put the work in. Here's a little example of what some practice can in fact do. I thank you. Please. I didn't want to show you a video so I could say what has two thumbs and a sweet mohawk. You got to admit it is sweet, isn't it? I wanted to show you this so you could see how incredibly blessed I am. Okay? When I was little, no one wanted to hear my music. They told me that it was worthless. But yet, there was one lady that was my playground monitor, Mrs. Pape. She was about 4'2", with a beehive hairdo. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? That thing was huge. And she was like, Christopher Michael, good Catholic name. She said, don't you listen to them. One of these days, your music's going to be heard all over the world. Yeah, right. Well, it's heard now in 50-some countries around the world. That's not the point of today's presentation. Over the years, we had to connect the dots to figure out how we could make it work. How we could bring things together with the power of social media, and now everybody can hear. We had to connect dots. But I grew up all throughout school, I felt like I didn't belong. I felt like I didn't matter. I felt like I was worthless because I allowed my circumstances, please hear my heart, I had allowed my circumstances to define who I was instead of understanding really who I am and why I'm here. So I get through grade school, I go to high school, and they didn't really want to hear it much either, but I started getting good. They're like, hey, can you play for this? Hey, can you play for this? Sure, because I just wanted to be accepted. I just wanted somebody to love me and care about me. My initial cause was bullying, and I had to find a solution, but I was far from that solution. I graduated Wadsworth High School in 1990. Yes, I'm 51. I graduated in 1990. And the only thing that I wanted to do was go out and play. But I was working at a lumber company, actually. One of the days that I will always remember for the rest of my life was November 8th, 1992. I was working at this lumber yard. How many of you have ever had, you experience some type of massive change? All of a sudden, you wake up one day and boom, something had changed. You find out news, or are you with me? Okay, I want you to stay there for a second. I'm working at the lumber company. I'm picking up these heavy boards off the pile and putting them onto the tow motor. Picking up these heavy boards, putting them onto the tow motor. I had reached down, and little did I know, I had 2 herniated degenerative discs in my back. I dropped to the ground, and I was like that for a little over 6 months. My back injury left me paralyzed from the waist down for 6 months and 3 days straight. The doctors from local hospitals told me that there was a very good possibility that I'd never walk again. They were dictating my identity. Please hear my heart. They told me what they told me. You guys don't relate? Okay, good. I remember this like it was yesterday. It was the night of my 6-month anniversary of being paralyzed. And I didn't want to be here anymore. Mind you, I was all city, all state in soccer and baseball. I was on the weightlifting team in school. I was okay at academics. But where I flourished was in music and sports. And I couldn't do this because I was paralyzed from the waist down. I couldn't sit on a piano bench. I certainly couldn't kick a ball. I couldn't throw a ball. I remember laying in bed that night. It was bad. I don't know how else to say it, how bad this was, okay? And I thought to myself, if I could just have my legs back, I promised to do something good with my music. I'm just going to be real with you. I was making a deal with God. That's what it did. Because I had lost all hope. It was gone. If you just give me my legs back, I promise to do something good with my music. The doctors told me that I would have 3 corrective surgeries by the age of 35 because my herniated discs were so bad that it pressed into the S1, which is the sciatic nerve, and destroyed all the feeling in my legs. 3 days later, I had feeling back in my left foot. Did you hear what I said? I had feeling in my left foot. And it took about 2 weeks. It went up this side of my body and down the other side. You guys, I walked in here today, and I've never had a surgery. Yeah, you can clap. Yeah. I'm blessed. I'm not boasting. I'm blessed. Because I made a promise that I'd do something with my music. Not America's Got Talent, not American Idol. No. I have performed at over 800 retirement centers in the United States and Canada. And I made sure that I played every place that I could. So what did I do? I did what anybody in my shoes would do. I went and performed in Las Vegas. Idiot. I did. I'll never forget this. I was playing at the Bellagio. It's a casino out there if you've never been. And I had one of those fishbowl tip jars. They used to put money. You couldn't fit another $100 bill in there. You couldn't. You press it down. You could not fit anything else in there. It was awesome. And I was miserable. I was absolutely miserable because I knew I wasn't doing what I was supposed to be doing. But I was on a journey. I was on a journey. I'm trying to find my identity. I'm trying to find hope. I'm still trying to find my purpose. I'm still trying to find my purpose. I had to leave Las Vegas because I had a show to do in Michigan. When did my show in Michigan, now I'm on my way home. I'm on my way back to Cleveland, Ohio, right here. I'm on my way home, and there was something in my belly. You know how something tells you that you should do something or you shouldn't do something? You know what I'm talking about? Well, that something was telling me that I needed to go to the hospital. So I'm cruising down the road, and I'm going, nope, feeling pretty good. And I get about a quarter mile down the road, and sure enough, I pass a blue sign with a white H in it. What was I seeing? Hospital sign. And I'm like, really? So I pull off, and sure enough, I'm in front of the Children's Hospital in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Like, what in the world am I supposed to do here? You know? Go in. Okay. I think I'll just go in. So I went in, and you know how you go into a hospital and you walk up to the elevator, you know everything's over here, all the words, and it's all in French, Italian, and Hebrew? I couldn't read anything. Those words were this long, right? I recognized the word oncology. See, cancer had affected my family's life growing up. And I'm like, wait a second. I love kids. Maybe I'm supposed to play here because I certainly feel fine. Go to the oncology floor. I love this story. I get off the elevator like I owned the place. I'm like, ding, hey, how you doing? Hey, good to see you. Hello, how you doing? How you doing? Well, a nurse way down there saw me. Now, mind you, I had a gentleman's haircut at the time, okay? Just a normal gentleman's haircut. There's my motto. Nurse looked at me, I looked at her, she looked at me, and you know the hospital protocols and HIPAA. You ever heard of HIPAA? She looks at me, I look at her, I wave at her, and I hear this, hey, come out of one of the hospital rooms. She looks back at me, I look at her, she goes, go ahead. She told me to go in, like stranger danger. So and I kind of did one of these things, and there's this little kid, completely bald, sitting in the hospital room all by itself. I had no idea what this kid was because I couldn't tell. I stand in the doorway, and I say, hey, my name is Christopher. How you doing? And she goes, hi. I said, man, it's a beautiful day outside. I'm just in the area. I stopped by and don't know why, but I'm here, and, you know, this is a great day. She goes, okay. Like this was going to be good. And I noticed that to her left, she had been working on a craft, right? And I said, can I see your craft? She goes, okay. So I went over to my spot. You know how you take a piece of construction paper, you fold it in half, and then you cut out the top of it, you open it back up, it's in the shape of a heart? You know what I mean? That's what this kid had done. And on the inside of the card, it said, I love you, Mommy. I'm like, that's amazing. But it was all spelled wrong. It was upside down, it was backwards, and I didn't ever spell good either. I was like, yes, this is awesome. And all of a sudden, this girl started looking at me. I mean, dude, it was weird. And she goes, "Yeah." Thinking to myself, I am not going over there. So I did one of these. She goes, "Come here." This went on a few more times, and then she raised her voice at me. 4-year-old raising her voice at me in a hospital. "Get over there!" I got down on my knee right next to her bed. And during this time, it was like this little girl was reading my mail. It was the most beautiful thing. I will never forget this moment ever in my life. And while we're sharing this most beautiful, precious moment, she proceeds to reach over and grab her construction paper scissors. You see where this is going? Then she grabbed a chunk of my hair and cut it off. Yeah, isn't that great? What do you say to a kid at a time like that? I'll tell you what I said. I said, "You going to do the other side?" And she goes, "Yeah, this is awesome." So for whatever reason that day, I got a haircut by a 4-year-old little girl who wanted to make me more like her, which was bald. But that's not the cool part of the story. Before I left that hospital room that day, I was mindful enough to speak life into her. I said, "You know something? I believe that you'll never return to the hospital for the reasons of cancer. And I believe that no matter what you set your mind to, that you can accomplish it." See, people had told me that. Remember Mrs. Pape? Mrs. Pape told me the same kind of stuff. And I remember how it made me feel. It made me feel like I wasn't part of the least, the lost, the left behind club. It made me feel like I really could have my own purpose. And I just wanted to encourage her. I believe that you could do anything you put your mind to, and I believe cancer will never return. Today, that little girl is cancer-free. She's an all-star athlete, and I'm still stuck with this haircut. This is part of my story. And as long as the Lord allows me to have hair, I'm going to have this haircut. I'm 51 years old. I still have a mohawk. And guess what? That's okay. It's hair. Eventually, it's going to fall out. So what do I do with all this? I had started going to schools speaking on bullying. I created something called the 13 Messages from Milo. They're basic character traits, been presented as an SEL program in multiple states. But while I'm in these schools, I'm going, getting the question asked, we have a DD room that they do high functioning, low functioning, and I have no idea what I'm talking about. I don't even know what they're saying. All I know is that they have snacks. I'm there. And I'm like, they're like, "Will you come talk to our kids?" I'm like, "Why don't they come over with everybody else?" "Oh, no." Which I thought was weird. So from state to state, school to school, I'm learning more. But you see, the reason why people contacted me was they were telling me that I have a student here that is dealing with anxiety or depression, or they're having thoughts of hurting themselves or someone else, and we don't know how to deal with it. Can you help? I'm like, "Sure." So I went to school, and I sat down, and I listened. Some of those stories were heart-wrenching. And what it did is it made me realize and remember how I grew up. Regardless of my circumstances, the feelings were still the same. And I remembered how I had people in my life, my mom and dad, God bless them, they're still married as of, I don't know, October 20th, it'll be like 60-some years that they're married now, and they always loved me, and they always told me that I could do something if I put my heart to it. And ironically enough, as I reflect, they told me all the things that I tell others. Then I realized that not everybody has one of those moms and dads, and that now that's very unique. Or if they do have them, maybe they all don't live together. So for about 17 years now, this is what I've been doing. I visit school to school. I partnered with the Ohio Department of Developmental Disabilities to create programming for frontline supervisors, direct support professionals. There's so much content out there. I got to partner with an organization called We Thrive Together. We created a daily mental health check-in. 5 little Mohawks from 0 to 10. Just like you go into the doctor's office, how you feeling today? Well, I'm up there. You click on the Mohawk that coincides with how you're feeling. Sure. And the administrators all get a copy of that daily check-in every day. It's designed to ignite conversations. So Joe, in that classroom, can say, hey, Brian, I noticed today that you checked off a number 3 when usually you're an 8 or 9. What's going on, bro? And then maybe Brian doesn't want to talk, but that's okay. Let's find somebody that maybe Brian does want to talk to. You all know that this is a case-by-case basis, and each circumstance is, in fact, different. But my encouragement to you guys is this. I'm just a musician from Cleveland, Ohio. When I'm not doing this, I was on a roof yesterday. I'm a contractor. I was put on a metal roof yesterday. It started raining. It's time to get off. It's a sliding board. Live 30 minutes down the road, and I speak on advocacy. And I have dozens and dozens and dozens of participants from all around the United States that I've had the privilege of connecting with. And if they feel like they don't want to be here anymore, I answer their messages. I don't have your credentials. I honor each and every one of you so much you have no idea that I can even remotely be in your company. And I thank you for what you do. Because if it wasn't for a teacher just like you, and you, and you, and all of you, I probably wouldn't be here. So for those reasons, thank you. I know we don't have all the answers. I don't have hardly any answers. Can you imagine a kid that's suicidal that gets me in a classroom, and we go into this room, and I'm like, come on, let's talk about this. Let's go. Because that's me. You don't want to do that. I have a unique way of doing things. And if any of you are dealing with anxiety or depression, or you're having thoughts of hurting yourself or someone else, I'd love to talk to you too. Claire's got all my digits. Seriously. I'm here as a resource, and I want you all to know that. I can't offer that to thousands of people, but I know that we've got a population of about 100 here, online and in person. I have shared the 13 messages from Milo with nearly 900,000 students and staff over the last 17 years. The 13 messages are simple. Be positive, love one another, trust, be genuine, be positive. It's my belief that if we spend more time on things like that, we would spend less time on posting inappropriate posts on social media. We say less hurtful things. And I'm 100% convinced, without a shadow of a doubt, that when we're spending time on that kind of stuff, we can't be thinking negative if we're focused on the positivity. It's impossible. I've proven it. School after school, with elementary school kids, with middle school kids, at the university level, and high school is probably my greatest challenge. I made myself some notes here. Have you ever felt like you didn't belong? You're shaking your head like a cool person. Yeah, me too. I share my story with people so you can put things into perspective. I had all the talent in the world, but people told me I wasn't going to be good enough. Then you have the Bryans. Dude, I cannot wait to play music with you. Ironically, Brian and I live right down the road from each other and didn't know it. And I cannot wait to jam with you. I can't wait to learn from you. Building relationships. I'm here to tell you that I know that there's how do I say this? From the deepest part of my heart, okay? I want to encourage each and every one of you to don't make this hard. I know that there's not a lot of knowledge about 2E. E2, what is it called? What is it? No one knows. But at the same time, a musician from Cleveland, Ohio, goes into a school and gets to listen. I listen. I talk to them. I show them value. I honor them. I make time for them. The teachers that I come in contact with say that it's such a struggle. I get paid to teach science, Christopher. They've said that. I'm a Christian man, but boy, I tell you right now, I want to pop them one. That's hard. It's hard. It takes a second to show someone value. I love you. I honor you. I appreciate you. Thank you. It's how we choose to speak to people. You guys take care of all the hard stuff. That's fine. You go do that. But please don't miss the basics. That's what I'm asking you. Don't miss the basics. You have all felt, most of you nodded your head when I asked, that you didn't belong. What are we going to do to just allow somebody, what's your name? Randy. May I sit down with you here? Thank you. I just showed him value. I asked permission to sit with him at a table that's a public table. That's respect. When we're doing that with the students that we work with, we're modeling things that maybe they're not getting at home. You know how many grandparents are raising kids now? Of course you do. And we're in a society right now where things are ultimately challenging. But it's not so hard to love. And if it is, I want to talk to you. Seriously. Please get a hold of me. Is any of this resonating with any of you? I hope so. I hope so. In order for us to continue this, we have to connect. We have to connect the dots. We have to figure out what we can do in our own communities, because one of you told me that you're from Texas. I'm sure that things in Texas are a little bit different than the things in maybe New York. And maybe the rules are a little bit different, right? Maybe the curriculum is slightly different, right? We all have our differences, right? But there's one thing that we all need and deserve. Number one, I believe we're all looking for some kind of a purpose. We all are looking for that. And you know what? We are either going to get in with the right group of people or the not so right group of people that are going to help us identify what that is. And I know you're not moms and dads to these students. I get that. But sometimes we have to put on those hats. And we have to take on many different roles. I envy and admire and respect each and every one of you so much you have no idea. If you don't feel valued when you leave here, it's not my fault. It isn't. Because I think every single one of you are superheroes. And I truly mean that. People told me that I would never be a musician. But Mrs. Pape told me I was going to amount to something. Yeah, I have 9 albums and 2 worldwide releases. Mrs. Pape influenced that. A lady that was this tall. I wrote a book. It's not about me. Really? And I'm not telling you that for only the simple fact, I want to bless you with this. I feel like that's yours. That only because somebody changed my life. And it was a lot of people just like you, Brian, who used your voice to do something amazing. You work at a high level here, but you're doing something about it to make sure you're impacting everybody. That inspires me. And I know that's what you're doing in your communities. I know it, or you wouldn't be sitting here. You wouldn't have flown all the way to Cleveland, Ohio, and doing this. You wouldn't. And I thank you. I really do. I thank you for what you guys do. I thank you for being the people that you are, and I mean it. Please, if anything that I have shared with you today resonates with you and you're like, I want to bounce something off this guy. I don't have all the answers, but I'll tell you, I have talked to thousands of teachers, thousands of educators, and lots of even more parents that are just like you. I love what you shared, but I've heard so much of your concerns 100 times. I'm just a little bee. You like that? I am. I'm a little teeny tiny bee. But I know when we all buzz together, it's about to get real. I want to help you build something. I truly do. Claire, I hope you hear my heart. I truly want to help all of you as a nation build something massive. I don't have all the answers, though, but I think if we put our heads together and we all start writing a good song, I think that we can make things happen that have never been done, make history, and create real solutions for people in each and every one of our communities. Thanks for having me. If you guys are willing, just to take a few minutes of questions. It can be about anything that I talked about. If something comes to your mind or throughout what I was sharing, if you're like, man, I wish I could ask him this question. All too often, presentations are done, the keynote leaves, and you forget to get the email or the phone number from Claire. Don't forget.
And Brian also will be happy to take questions, although Brian and Brian have a session coming up, so you will get to learn more from them.
Yeah.
They're happy to answer questions as well, so please ask questions.
Yeah, if you guys, yes ma'am, go ahead. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You were bullied in school, and yet you were part of a group of students who don't normally get bullied. You were an athlete.
So what she said was, I was a part of a group that was bullied that was an athlete. And again, it wasn't because of my abilities or my inabilities as an athlete. It was because of my personality. I was a great athlete. but I had such a kind-hearted personality that I wasn't like the rest of the kids. I was different. You know, you could have said that I had Asperger's, or I had autism, or I had some other type of developmental disability. I was just different. But again, in the 80s, late 80s, no one knew how to help me, really. So I kept to myself, played my piano, and tried to fit in the best I could. And that was really all that I could do. Right. Yeah, and what she's saying for those in the back, it's a good reminder that we don't normally look for students that are in sports or athletes. Anybody can have issues. Anyone can have concerns and different needs. So no, I appreciate you bringing that up. Anyone else? Brian. Thank you. Thank you. Mm. So what he's asking is what he's saying, bringing up is, what does he say to parents? You know, we talk to the kids, but he's a firm believer that the real solutions start at home. And Brian, you, my friend, are preaching to the choir. Years ago, I thought to myself, you know what, if the parents were just doing their job, I'm being real, and y'all have thought about it too, I know you have, okay? But then I went and I met some of these kids at their homes. I didn't even want to go in. It was dirty, filthy, in a toxic home environment, but this is this kid's life. You know, people ask me, what's one of the reasons you do this? I'm going to get back to you. And I'm like, these kids don't pick what's in their checking account. They don't pick what they drive. They don't pick what they live. It's up to us to give them the best that we can give them. Are you giving them the best that you can give them? I love talking to parents. They can't stand me, and I love it because I'm not trying to make friends. I'm trying to love people. And sometimes that's very hard to do. But to your point, it does start in the home. But if the home isn't good enough, they go to their next home where they are 6-7 hours a day, which is at school. And then they get a break, and then they go to their next home, which is basketball practice, or football, or wrestling, or in music. Right. So we have to work together. But the biggest challenge that I've seen with this whole thing is nobody knows about it. I was sharing while I was talking to some of these ladies this morning before I spoke, if I was financially capable of doing this, I would travel the world and tell everybody about this program and how they can connect the dots. That's what I would love to do. I have a passion and a heart for this like you have no idea, because it doesn't matter your abilities or disabilities. I had my own abilities and disabilities. I was looked at a certain way. I was devalued constantly. I was told that I would never have a purpose. And the problem was that I started to believe it. I started to believe what people were saying, and sad to say, that's what happens. You're around something so often, you start to become it. Any other questions? I really do appreciate you guys so much. I can't say it enough how grateful I am for what you guys do. So thank you again for having me.
All right, so good to have you again. All right, so I didn't mean to have a plan.
I think she's will be by the time you leave here.
And if, and I wish you well in your trip home. So that's where we're gonna go, and I look forward to seeing you back here at 12 o'clock. We will have some water and some snacks, but lunch will be afterwards.
No, sadly.
I should have just made a sign-up sheet. We should have just made like dots. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're amazing.
No, no.
No, yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
I'm just a straight old white lady.
Well, I love you for that.
And when I said that to Matthew Gay with his he came out with, I'm just a gay old white lady. He said, are you coming out? I said, oh, no, what did I say? And he told me, he said, no, that's not what I'm
No,
I said, you know, I let him go.
It also means happy. Right. Thank you.
Okay, you get her. She's had crisis this morning. She's good. See, I was like, you just go. Just go.
No, you can say. Just give it thanks. Thank you, sir. You're not doing it. No. You're doing it. It's my I never focus on that. I don't care. It doesn't matter. No way you do. But let's focus on that. Let's think of how we can build it all together. Okay? We need to support
So she just, she almost feels like she just wants to belong, and that she almost feels like she doesn't want to be right where I was. She just wants to be like the rest of the other person. But you have so, yeah. I think, but yeah, like a teenage kid, I guess, yeah.
I have a 17-year-old. Okay. Yeah. Last night. Last. It's Olivia, Juliana, Jacob. She was like, me and you, we got it. Sorry, bro. Okay. Shut the door. You're going to do great. You're going to do great. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to thank you. For all your negotiation tactics.
What's your role? Your brother?
I am currently, I'm retired, second time, but I still do work as an adjunct professor at the University of Maryland. I was the 12 years the director of gifted and talented education for Maryland. Prior to that, I was an administrator and classroom teacher. So I've been doing this for about 45 years. Everything from I was the kid whose parents were brought into school and now they went to high school and told their son never not. Literally told me, he said, one of the times I was there. And he said, I spent most of my life on the workforce I was, but knowing I wasn't. So I said,
Why did
I'm
you
going to
know?
keep going
Why
in.
did you know? How did you know? Figuratively. How did you know?
I just knew inside that I wasn't worthless, that I could make a difference. Who never listened to me and crap. They kept saying, you know what, they don't know what they're talking about. I chose to lose them. That's what drove me into education. It was in fact one of the reasons I grew up. It wasn't until I got to college and the reading course that the professor said, so Bruce, what I want you to do is I want you to explain to the class what it's like to do these things. I said, well, we can talk about it. He said, no, I want you to do it because of your personal experience with dyslexia. You're dyslexic. I just thought it was great. I mean, I got into college because I had a teacher at school who knew some people at college who got right into college when you're still in your own shit. Great lots of I couldn't focus on standardized tests. I couldn't, so I couldn't do anything.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
And since then, I've learned that I also have a function disorder, ADHD, and a number of other things. But I also have my own. Teaching at university, articles, chapters of books. You can't. You just have to choose who you're going to go. Well, and that's right. So I believe my parents. I believe teachers that influence and what said, I'm going to be a teacher so I can find other students like me who nobody believed in, who said, well, that kid is because of this.
Good for you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Well,
You're out there saving lives. And,
no, he saved a lot.
well, yeah.
I'm just a total. Why are we all doing it?
Aren't we all?
I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Your life is solution. That's what I love.
Well, I'm one more piece of the solution. And there's so many others that I know that don't do it.
We're lucky.
So I keep trying to do it.
Keep your circle. Where are you from?
Fairly.
From there. Right here.
Yeah.
Right down the road. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Take care
Thank
of
you for
yourself.
saying hello. I will. I will. I hope you have a good rest of the conference.
And thank you and have a wonderful day.
Yes, sir.
Get off the roof good.
Right. Not today.
See you. Bye.
no breaks, right?
Perfect. Good song. Is it? Am I in the right spot? Hey there.
All right, so Elena is sick.
Oh wow.
I know.
That's actually.
I know. Thank you for setting this up.
I didn't listen. I just can't sit down. I go on.
You're on Tallies. I thought you were good. I never heard from you.
Yeah, I saw this being volatile, so I'm
Okay, awesome.
doing what I was.
Have a seat. Let's give everybody about 5 minutes to go to the bathroom, get something to drink. I know that we are the thing between you and lunch, so.
Hey, Bob. I put my stuff there. Can you sit there with the water bottle? All right. Or move if you want to.
There's cookies.
And there's cookies. I said there are cookies, sir. Can you bring me water if you get it, please? Thank you. Water or cookies? I asked for water, please. I
Wendy, because Wendy was like, they're very quiet. I'm like, they're used to being the only one of their kind.
We're either too quiet or too much.
Too
Thank you.
I had to process. I also had to.
That's why you're here. You've been very helpful today. I gotta tell you, I don't know where else your day's going, but you're nailing it. Man. You're nailing it. Hi. Sure. The ETR, yes. I think it's I believe so. I'm fairly sure, yes.
And that ETR is every 3 years.
ETR is
Every 3 years.
I have been told that I've broken one of the first rules of presentations online, which is that I walked away from I like to walk when I talk, and I walked away from the microphone. So I apologize, and I will be using the microphone for those folks online who have made it with us through this far again. So I am extremely appreciative that that y'all are the diehards. I feel like we should give out T-shirts of "I survived the illness and the rain and the protests and everything that's sort of happening around." So glad you're here. This is an opportunity to ask questions. This is our last panel of it's the best way to close out the conference, I think, because it has to do with the aspect of diversity, the aspect of kids who are impacted by culture, by the shifting expectations, by things around them. And we were, just so you know, I also had Dr. Elena Andre, who is bilingual and works with our TESOL program, who was going to be on the panel, and unfortunately she is out ill, and another panel member who was unable to make it at the very last minute. But that is not to say that we won't have a very lively conversation, because I know these folks, and they got opinions, they got conversations to say. So I am thrilled and honored and excited to introduce the panel on diverse aspects of twice exceptionality, thrice exceptionality. So to my immediate left, and I'm going to have them sort of introduce themselves, but I'll just sort of do a quick discussion. We have, is it Dr.?
Yes.
Dr. Antoinette Taylor from, all I know is Illinois.
Yes.
Okay. This is a perfect example of we met at CEC, the Council for Exceptional Children, in about 3 seconds, where I mentioned twice exceptional in a very public forum. She clapped in a very public forum, and I immediately went, somebody knows, somebody knows. You find each other. We gave each other quick hugs. I said, give me your business card. And that was it. And I sent her an email and said, I want you to come to the conference. And she goes, my people, of course. So I'm so excited to hear from Antoinette, because we've not had a chance to chat much. Next to her is Dr. T.K. Kuykendall. Did I say that correctly? Kuykendall? Kirkendall. I massacre it every time. Who teaches on our program, who works on the action research. She's also a graduate of CSU and comes at twice exceptionality from a district assessment perspective. Am I correct? District data. I'll have her introduce herself too. All I know is that she's provided lots of information about Cleveland. She's been one of my major resources to lean on and say, tell me how you're structured here. And then y'all have met Dr. Brian Harper, who is on faculty here, who is the source of it, who's the angry parent, but the source of inspiration for the program and why I am here. So I got to hear more about that story, because one of the fabulous things about him is that he brought me here and he went hands off. Who has an administrator who's like, you go do your thing? Who has somebody who oversees them who's like, absolutely, I'm here to help? I know how fortunate I am. But I know how fortunate I am to have folks whose vision it was, and to help, who are cheering on the progress. So that's Brian Harper. So in the role of facilitator, I wanted to start with one of the first questions that I'm going to start with Antoinette, if that's okay, and then kind of move on down, What do you think are some issues that we need to think about? So you've got a small but intense audience here who are very invested and very connected. What are some issues we need to think about in the education of twice exceptional students from diverse backgrounds? And I'm going to say it because I'm guilty of it. If you could use the microphone. Hi. Okay.
Okay, so just a little bit of information about myself. Yes, Claire and I did meet in DC. I'm an independent consultant. I also do a lot of adjunct work in higher ed. I love legislation. I love the law. I love that it teaches us and we can grow from it and we can look at the intent and the implementation of the law. And so when Claire mentioned 2E, in this forum, as she said, I could not help myself but say, oh my gosh. I think I said, can we be best friends on Facebook? Because I literally have been talking about twice exceptionality for years and getting the side eye from a lot of people, and then you know, Dr. Taylor, she's that out there colleague. And so to hear Claire say that, advocating in a legislative summit for us to know the groundwork of this, it's just very, very broad. And so as an independent consultant, I hail from Chicago proper, but my work takes me around the country. I look at this from very many aspects. One that I'm very interested in us talking about, I don't know if it's quadruple E, but we have to be very, very mindful of the early childhood arena. In my time here, from the people that I've spoken to, they have said, I was in my 30s, I was in my 20s, I'm 40 now. That means we missed so many individuals, so many humans who were literally, walking and chewing gum at the same time and maybe not doing both of them so well. And having people look at them like, well, if you can walk, you should be able to chew gum. If you can walk that well, how come you can't chew gum that well at the same time? If Michael Jordan can play basketball that well, is he kidding us? Is he purposely trying to be bad at baseball? We see that in our elementary and higher ed. We really can take this opportunity in this momentous occasion to really plant the seed well with our youngest learners. And I really mean all the way to early childhood education and care. At the same time, we of course have to search out and respond and validate all of our individuals who have not been seen. Right? And they've been knowing that they haven't been seen. We want to respond to them. We want to restore their confidence and just everything. But we've got to make the ends meet, because if we don't, we'll find ourselves here 20 years from now saying, what happened? If we can get the seed very young, and not only with the students, their families, and educators, understanding that giftedness and the talented and the disability of students, and teach them how they learn and work with teachers on how to teach them, I think that we can close the gap. So for me, that diversity includes individuals of color, obviously, all gender types, all background types, and including our youngest learners. From higher ed, how we teach the people that are teaching our youngest learners, and how we do in service for those teaching our youngest learners as well.
Good afternoon. I'm TK Kirkendall.
Is it on?
It's on.
Okay, sorry.
Sure.
I think it's on. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Project. Teacher voice.
Okay. So I work for a local public school district, and I manage the state reporting data systems for the district. So I spend a lot of time looking at the data, understanding what our requirements are in terms of reporting, and then I also teach courses here at Cleveland State. So from working with direct student level, district level data, to also then putting on like a teacher educator and researcher lens, I'm always thinking about how can we utilize this data in a way that will result in positive outcomes for students. And so one of the biggest challenges we face is kind of going to what you said in terms of visibility, seeing the students. Not just seeing the students in terms of their exceptionalities, but when you start to look at students from minoritized backgrounds, it's also seeing the students where they come from, right? And not looking at it as something to overcome, but like understanding that those students from their backgrounds are bringing to your classroom life experiences and understandings, ways of knowing, knowledge generation that are a benefit to you and other students in the classroom, engaging the students in understanding what's actually a positive outcome for them and what success means for them, which oftentimes is not necessarily defined by education, which was not set up for students from minoritized backgrounds. So not trying to fit students in boxes, but understanding that there are a lot of possibilities. And so once we do that, like labeling is important to understand what services students need, but really understanding the student. Seeing the student is the most important to understanding what support services and instructions they need to be successful in terms of success from their perspective. So my thing is understanding and seeing students, incorporating students' voice, choice, and their goals in what it is we're doing to educate them.
You hear me? Yes, I can hear me, but I don't know. Oh, there we go. Okay, good. Hi, I'm Brian. I kind of thought about what I wanted to say here, and the work I'm doing now is very interesting. I get a chance to do a lot of work with the legal justice system, particularly juvenile justice. In my role as a professor, I get to do a great deal with educational psychology, but I don't think any of that's interesting for this discussion. What I do think is interesting is me as dad. I think dad me is the me that is most helpful to move this conversation along right now. And when I think about culture and 2E, I think a great deal about discipline and the lens through which we consider how to discipline. I am the father of a black male, and that means something. And in this particular context, if you had an opportunity to spend time with my son at all, you would find he is, I used to describe him as Bambi in little boy form, because he's just the sweetest kid you would ever want to meet. But in the manner in which he presents as a 2E individual, if that is misinterpreted, and it would be very, very easy for it to be misinterpreted. What are you talking about, Dr. Harper? In a classroom, my son is remarkably honest. I think it is a function of autism that he is someone who is remarkably forthright and honest all the time. He had a music teacher in particular who said, Brian, am I too loud? And he said, yeah, you are. You definitely are. That's him. That is a very honest, forthright lens, and I think it is a part of the way he would present as an individual with autism. And it also is a part of the way he would represent as an individual who is very focused, but through the wrong lens, that appears as rudeness. And potentially, you would look at that and see that would be a disciplinary problem moving forward. And so then the question becomes, how do we navigate that so that teachers and administrators and whomever is interacting with him is able to see the truth of his presentation without viewing it through a cultural lens that would view him disfavorably? Does that make sense? If you know the answer to that question, I think you should write it in a book and sell it, because that's a question with which I've struggled for his entire life. Additionally, as a parent, when you present, I present in the same way that every parent across the country probably presents. I love my son, and I am an advocate for him. But how does that come across as a more collaborative and less defensive, angry position? Because ultimately, I need the adults in his life to do right by him, but I need them. So I can't destroy those relationships. The culture piece makes that a great deal more complicated, because now a conversation is not just a conversation. It becomes an opportunity for us to possibly miss one another and create schisms that'll interfere with us moving forward. So when I think culture, that was sort of when I thought about this question, that was kind of the first place I went. And I'm very curious about what the folks in this room would think on that.
One of the aspects that I always think about is that I'm a middle-class white woman, and I represent about 85% of teachers out there, if not more, depending on, and amongst elementary teachers, there are even more of me. But I can't tell that story. And so that communication aspect of understanding that others have different stories, that others have different experiences, that there is not just my version, but there are multiple versions. And that's part of the reason why I wanted y'all to talk about, to share that story of, because in order to collaborate, one must listen. Not just talk, but also listen. And I think that act of listening is one of the most powerful things that we can do as educators, as communicators. And so I'm struck by your term where you said you need the teachers and the systems. And I'm struck by the early childhood, and I'm struck by the sense of data, because these are areas in which we can agree that there's unlikely to be significant contrast, but it's the way in which we approach those and the values with which we approach those and the judgments by which we make when we approach those, that can shift. And so I appreciate that that we're here to listen, but we're also here to learn. And so did you open it up? Did you ask a question?
I guess it's it's a half question. What I'd be curious about are what are the areas where individuals struggle in that way, and what are the supports? And because I'm seeing this now, this is Brian and not Dr. Harper so much. I would be curious as a parent in how, because I believe the team-based approach to supporting 2E kids is essential. What can we do as parents on this end, as parents of children of color, to sort of support a team-based approach from your experiences? If people have thoughts there, please.
Yeah, so I just want to say.
Hold on, there are folks listening who can't hear. I've been yelled at about this. Sorry about that. Here, I'm going to play. You can stay there. I'll come around to you.
Yeah, so I'm from California, but I'm locally from Brecksville, which is a white, upper middle class, very segregated community. And as a middle-aged parent, I have a heart for underserved children, underserved, gifted, and 2E children. And specifically, as many of you now know, I'm a doctoral student at Bridges. And it's really hard as a woman from my background to know how to respectfully be an ally to people of color like we are to the LGBTQ community, for example. Like on my Facebook, I can, be an ally even if I don't have individual experience, but I feel like I need to be more careful right, because I know that I come with this baggage in the history of support, of white, just the segregation in this country. So I want to help and break down those barriers for people of color, but I also know that historically, not personally, but historically I'm part of the problem, and I just don't really know, other than listening, how I can do that. So I guess that's my answer to your question, Brian. And I just want to throw out there, although she's not here, one of our fellow colleagues is a person of color, and she has young adult males, or high school males, and she has said she's intentionally getting her doctorate so that she can go back with her voice and say, I'm an expert, and now let me talk. So I want to know how I can be her and everyone's ally, but not be like one of the enemies, so to speak, from my own background.
You know what? I think if you and I decided this afternoon, and you're free to do this, that we were going to clean my garage. What I would need to know is that you're going to show up, right? I would need to know that you're committed to the task completion. I would need to know that it was as important to you that we get this done as it was to me. I would need to know that there is a respect for what I bring to it as well as and that you insist that I respect what you bring to it as well. Those things are really easy for a garage cleaning, because if you can lift a box, we need the garage done. This is more complicated, but I think it's an ongoing process. It really is. But I feel like those pieces in the beginning help. When I think about my journey as a parent, the places I got really angry were the places where there wasn't a great deal of respect for what I brought to the table, and that there wasn't a great deal of commitment to making sure my kid was okay. When I met people where I thought they were both true, it really didn't matter if they were a person of color to me or not. I think was very sad, and I respect what your colleague is doing, because I found when I was Mr. Harper, I was treated one way. But when it became clear I was Dr. Harper, I was responded to in a different way. And everybody's not Dr. Harper. So that's kind of tough. But I think I was blessed to be in a district where the personnel didn't change, so it was a journey. So if I met you in 9th grade, I might not have necessarily trusted you then, but by 11th grade, I might have, you know? So maybe it's that. I'm giving simple answers, but it's a process. I'm talking too much.
You have a comment.
Well, as Claire's going down the stairs, I think we also, there's just so many facets of this. I know there was a session yesterday on multi-tiered system of supports. I talked about it in my session, and the systemic approach. One is really valuing the family as the expert in parenting their child. The family is the expert in parenting their child, just like I might be the expert in psychology, or I might be the expert in, P12 curriculum. Really valuing all parents as the expert in raising their child, and knowing that when we bring them to the table for true family engagement, I think that that's a big piece of it, and not allowing by default, well, look where that family comes from, or look at the pedigree of that family, or the age. Even the youngest parent is still the expert at parenting their child, right? Because they live with that child. So I think those are things that we want to be very careful of. I think the pre-service and in-service is huge, because we're not going to have a lot of educators that are going to get what Cleveland State is bringing to the table. Most of them are in service, and they're overwhelmed. They are overwhelmed in general education. They're overwhelmed trying to figure out special education. And now we're saying, guess what? There's this other factor there. Teachers are overwhelmed, and so we're really going to have to provide in-service professional learning ongoing that brings families to the table, general education teachers, psychologists to the table, data specialists to the table, so that we can have these common terminology and common understanding that allows us to move forward with all backgrounds, all races, students who are multilingual learners, in all ways, from really B to 20, birth to 20, so that we can have these open conversations that really help us pinpoint where the system is fractured and how we might heal the system together.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. I think that issue of expertise, I was reminded of a movie that impacted me tremendously, which was Good Will Hunting, where Robin Williams tells this brilliant troubled kid that, yeah, you are smart, but I have something too. And that self-confidence that he had is what sort of drove the movie. But many of our families don't come with that confidence. They don't come with that belief in themselves, in which case we have to turn to them often as the professional and say, you are the expert at your child. I can learn from you. And that opening of that dialogue is one of the first places to start that I hear very clearly from what both of y'all have said. of not just let me listen, but let me provide you that respect and acknowledgement of where you know more than I do. Mhm.
Yeah, hi, I'm Maggie. I speak with most of you. But I think part of the challenge, which is something I'm learning after the fact, because I have two sons who are black men, and I have a completely different experience because I've talked to other mothers, because I'm in education, so I have learned how to get the things that need to be done. But what I'm consistently seeing is, and again, my youngest son has never been officially diagnosed well, he has a diagnosis, but has never been officially coded as gifted, even though I know that he is. And, coming out of foster care system, was never in one school for an entire year until 6th grade of his life. So there are things that go along with all of that. But what I feel is the first stumbling block is that and this goes for every 2E and 3E kiddo in general, unless you have an advocate, and normally the advocate for that child is supposed to be the parents, but if the parents don't have the supports to navigate how to be advocates, then it's never going to happen, because you already have kids of either children of color, children of indigenous families, children of families in transition, children of refugee families, all of these groups that currently don't have an avenue to get there. And on the paperwork for the IEP, all you have to mark is whether or not the parent was there or parent by phone. And when you walk in, the parents are looking at our diagnosticians and they're looking at their general ed teachers, and they're assuming that those people are going to tell them exactly the right thing to do for their kids. But, so again, Dr. Taylor, going back to what you're talking about, the in-service, the pre-service, that needs to be diagnosticians too, and the diagnosticians and the educators. But my question, and coming from the legislative side, is where that my 2E part, that ADHD, or we could do this, we could do this, we could do this, and then stepping back and saying, but no, what can we do now? So how do we get either local advocates in the local school boards, because they get to make their decisions, versus advocates at the state level, who are the ones that really get to make those training decisions? Because the access to the trainings that are going to raise the awareness, as opposed to just our individual stories, that has to go in the book that says teachers are all required to do this training. We have the books that tell you, you have to get this, you have to get this, you have to get this. What the state of Florida does is different from what Ohio does and all of those things. But the legislative action, how can we do a better job at that so that we can have better advocacy for the parents that didn't get to get their graduate degrees to do this fighting?
So we talked about that a little bit in my session too, about looking at the letter of the law and the intent of the law. So the Javis Act says, it specifically speaks about elementary and secondary. That's the letter. But the intent is for all children, right? So because the intent of the law is there, we can then pull in early childhood education. We then can say higher education. So really looking at not just the letter of the law, the intent of the law, and seeing where the intent of the law provides us flexibility not to have to wait for another act to come, right? We need an act for this. Look at us. We can't, IDEA is so far behind in being reauthorized, but what we've done over the years, even with COVID, we've looked back at the law and says, well, the intent of this law is this. So that means we can now say long COVID, that meets the criteria for under the Rehabilitation Act. We didn't need to go in and rewrite the act. We can just really look at that law. So looking at the intent, and then when Claire and I first met in DC, I was saying, Papers go a long way. Joint statements go a long way. Joint position statements, yes, that builds the coalition, and then that allows us to say jointly, this is being said. And sometimes I'm thinking right now of the inclusion joint paper between NAEYC and DEC. It was produced in 2009. We marched around with that joint paper for years. Then in 2015, the Department of Ed put out a Dear Colleague letter. That came from the ground movement, the momentum, informing the state legislative body, continuing to talk to the Department of Ed, till they said, oh, we're now going to put out a letter to colleagues about inclusion of children with disabilities from early childhood on. That gave us the momentum to then start going to states and districts and saying, okay, now we've got this guidance. So that groundswell of, I know we think about when people say, you know, I'm a community activist, having a joint statement I think is going to be really important. That includes families, going back and looking at the law and looking at the intent and letting that inform not the implementation, because the intent informs interpretation and interpretation informs implementation. Being able to do that, bringing all the people to the table, that I think will move systems. And now that you've had OSERs come in and publicly, you know, join the conference, that allows us to circle back and say, we need clearer data, because that 2006 data that focused on gifted and talented and only students with specific learning disabilities, we know that that was a false positive. So now we can ask for clearer data, and bringing that through the Office of Civil Rights, through the Department of Ed, that will really give us some teeth then to say, this is really an equity and diversity issue in our country, that we are not seeing the giftedness of all of our children, and then give us some opportunities to do something about it. But I think a joint paper would be wonderful, and we can use ESSA, we can use IDEA, and we can use the Javits Act to give us some information to get going on a paper like that.
I would like to add, like, what can we do, like, right now? One of the things you can look at in terms of us as individuals, like, going out and, like, feeling like we're making an impact, is, like, in Ohio, our State Board of Education is really good about advisory councils and working groups. And so when those opportunities present and there's a call to participate, being on volunteering or applying to be a part of those groups so that you're able to give direct input. And Claire and I are on the Gifted Advisory Council for Ohio, and that includes some working groups where we're able to give input in terms of reviewing rules and giving recommendations for what are good services, what are things we need to consider, what are some other lenses we need to look through. And then me, from a data perspective, this is the data we're collecting. This is more data that would be helpful if we could collect, you know, other pieces of data so that we can have a more nuanced view of what's happening. And then looking at your data, in my session yesterday, I talked about we're all here together. We're going to go back into our districts, our schools, buildings, wherever. What data do you have access to? What do you see in your buildings? Like, what is going on with students? What do we need? What changes do we need to do? How can we use our data to inform each other? So I invited you all to engage me in a giant action research project so that we can understand, you know, what is working. How can we communicate that to each other? There's not a lot of literature out there, so we need to help produce the knowledge. That's what we could be doing. We can generate knowledge. We can share it with each other. We can learn from each other. We can sit on committees and we can help others understand it so that the decisions that are being made are informed by us in our knowledge, our data and evidence. So those are some things that we can do more immediately while we're waiting for, you know, the slow wheels of policy and all that stuff to make its rounds.
Me too.
Anything to add? Any other questions?
This is so. Hi, I'm Stephanie. I work for Maggie. So, I My background is really in anthropology, so really this kind of interculturalness. I'm Hispanic. I don't look it. I'm Cuban, like third generation, like they left off the island kind of thing. So it's like living in Miami. Miami is very Cuban. I've been surrounded by people that are of my same background, but it's also just hugely multicultural. We have everybody in Miami. So it's really, my whole life has been kind of like figuring out like culturally what do they mean when they do this. So kind of like back to like your son, how something that he says might come off as disrespectful, and just having that mentality of no one comes from the same background, and just kind of incorporating that into communicating with parents, communicating with children, communicating with educators. No one has the same experiences, even if you're the same, even if you're, middle class, white woman from the Midwest, that looks different to everybody now. Everyone's experiencing their lives differently, and just keeping that in mind when you're interacting with people and when you're making these interactions with children and with other parents and teachers, because people look at you through the lens of their own culture. They see you through what they've experienced in the past, and keeping consciously in your mind that that's not what it is. You have to kind of disconnect that. You kind of have to take what people are saying directly. Like, what are they saying, right? Like, not how they're saying it, what are they saying? Like, when your son's like, you're being too loud. It's literally a volume question. They're loud. Yeah, that's it. There was no disrespect behind it, but sometimes, depending on what your background is, that can trigger a lot of like emotions in some people, because they'll remember back when they first said something like that when they were children, and that reaction from the adults that came from. So it's just kind of like clearing off that lens of just looking at situations and interactions from as much of a blank perspective as possible, and also trying to incorporate a little anthropology into education. It's hard to, anthropology really affects everything, and it's keeping that in mind. It's so hard. Everyone thinks that we're coming from the same place, and we're not. So that's.
You know what? I'll ride in that car with you all day. I guess I would just add or double down on what you're saying, and just our willingness as educators to course correct very quickly. And it's not easy. As a parent, I'll do the parent me for a minute. When my son was younger, echolalia was an issue. So he would have different phrases that would come out, particularly when he was anxious. So for example, he used to say, and contributions from the No Child Left Behind Foundation, from the U.S. Department of Education, and from viewers like you. Thank you. If you know PBS, it came from that. And it was cute when he was younger, and then he got older, and the echolalia took on a different function. So for him, it's sort of, imagine if for a minute, if you could not censor your thoughts, and you expressed verbally every thought you have. So for example, if I'm disciplining him or correcting him on something, he would say, well, I think, your best friend should be able to understand you. I can't understand why they're being so rude. And he's saying it out loud. And as it comes out loud, I was born in 72. So in that generation, that's disrespectful. I'm telling you to do something, and it would be called talking back then. Mm-hmm. And so as a parent, because I spend all of my time with him, and I love him, I am much more open to being able to course correct. I'm not saying it's quick, but I do course correct. I think as an educator, when we work with our kids, that same willingness to course correct is probably invaluable for exactly the reasons you're saying.
And I think, thank you so much for bringing up the cultural aspect, because sometimes when we're talking about multilingual, we think we're also talking about culture, and we're not. So multilingual, cultural understanding, linguistic understanding, and that they're even within the conversation about cultural, it's not monolithic, right? Even if we were all in this room from the same culture, our perspectives would be so different because our lived experiences are so different. And so I think it's important that as we think about diversity, and of course we have to think about multilingual learners, we've also got to think about the cultural aspects and then what is valued in cultures. as we bring to the table and start having these conversations about gifted and talented and students with disabilities. What is valued, what has not served many cultures well is what you learn from, and you can begin to play up to that. So thank you for just bringing up culture, because that is something for us to think about. And then I also think about awareness sometimes is just a mention. Being explicit about twice exceptional, just so that someone can say, oh, what's that? Oh, I'm so glad you asked. Have a seat, right? Right, because it gives us an opportunity to talk about, like for us, it's like part of you eat, sleep, dream, but there are many of our colleagues, educational colleagues. I have colleagues that have doctorates. And again, when I'm talking about twice exceptional, they're like, but we're still trying to get the special ed piece right. I get that, but we can't really do that well if we're not going to do this too. So looking at literature that currently exists, is twice exceptional explicitly stated, or is it implied somewhere? And wherever it's implied, if we can go back and say, this needs to be reviewed, this document needs to be reviewed so that we are putting twice exceptional in there, even if it's just to put it in there so that someone asks, what is that? I thought that was, we're doing gifted and talented. Yes, you are, but that's not twice exceptional. Those are some, as you were talking about, what are some like just in time or right now things we can do? Those are things that we can do in our programming, and on our websites. You know, we're talking to our colleagues that have websites, professional learning. Make sure we say, who is the audience for this? Counselors, special education teachers, students that are twice exceptional, so that we start getting that awareness out there and making people say, maybe I do need to go to that, if it's just to find out what it is. And then that opens the door up for us to do a lot more in conversating.
And that is exactly the last question that I want to ask y'all, to help all of us think about what's next. So we've had a fabulous conference. I've learned so much. I need to go home and sleep. After I've had a good nap, I want to think about what's next. And so I look to my colleagues to think about what the next process is. So what direction do we need to go? What do we need to think about? So I'm going to turn to my experts here.
I can go first on this one. We spent a lot of time when we were advertising the position, when we were actually conceptualizing it, convincing our colleagues. One of the smarter things that my chair and the chair of the teacher ed program at the time did was to say, we need to make sure, because people had two questions. What is it? Because a surprisingly or an alarming number of our colleagues had never heard the term twice exceptional. And why should I care? Those were the two big ones. And we probably spent a good month just pushing that. This is what it is. This is what the term means. This is why it's important. This is why we need to start here and begin training folks. So I feel like the next step, it's kind of like a Johnny Appleseed-ish thing, right? Where we spend some time making sure people understand the answers to those two questions. What does it mean we use the term twice exceptional? Why should we care?
And I've been thinking about the bees so much. Last night as I was in my hotel room, kind of going over my presentation one last time, I actually had the Flight of the Bumblebees playing on YouTube, right? So it was like really getting me all geared up. And you know, there's so many versions of it. There was one that was just a piano version, and there was the original version. And I was just listening to that, and I just really started thinking about bees. How they go, right? We remember elementary school, and the bee picks up the pollen, and then the pollen goes to the next, and it spreads, right? So then I started saying, why have I been waving off bees all my life? You know, like, we need to embrace the bee, you know. I was just trying to, like, what's the next step? Embrace the bee. But as bees do spread, That's what we're going to have to do. Spread this word about what is happening here at Cleveland State. And I had to even apologize to Claire because when we first met in DC, and she was telling me about the program, I was like, do you need adjunct professors? And it's like, it doesn't even start till next year, so calm down. Then I had to apologize. My mother would be so horrified. I was always taught, you always wait to be asked. You don't, just. But it was so exciting. We have the charge at the same time next year. I looked on the back of the program and it said, see you next year. Next year, we should be hearing the report. We just had so many students that we need another program. We had to expand. We had to do this because we had such an influx of students saying, this is the program that I've been looking for. Well, where is it happening? It's happening at Cleveland State. And then other universities, public universities specifically, that can then seek wisdom from, well, how did you get it here? What were the lessons you learned? If that is one of the many next steps that we need to take, but just that charge to really get that word out there and help our colleagues see what's in it for me. We are overwhelmed right now. There is a teacher shortage. Why should we do a 2E program? We can't even get general education teachers. Well, what's in it for me is look what you span, the broad that you span. If I'm an administrator or principal, now you've got a teacher that understands this aspect of your student population. So really getting that word out there like our bees do. And our speaker this morning said one bee can't do it alone. We need a swarm or a hive of bees to really get that word out.
Takes Save the Bees to a whole new level. Thank you.
Where space doesn't exist, making space, creating the space. And what I mean by that is like in a teacher education program, right? Cleveland State is really fortunate that we're gonna have this program, but where the program doesn't exist, where there isn't a twice exceptional course and you're teaching teachers, make the space, make the opportunity to talk to teachers about gifted education, special education, and twice exceptional educations, right? If there's not a formal class, create the space for it, share the knowledge. Again, generate the knowledge. In my presentation yesterday, I said, I'll see you back here next year where we'll talk about the data that we reviewed, the findings. I meant that, right? Go back to your districts, look at your data, generate some knowledge, talk to the students, and share that. We need to disseminate what we're finding so that we have the data, we have the research, the evidence to back into, make the case when we're creating a position or sitting on a committee with the state. So spreading the word, creating information, creating opportunity and time to talk about the students, talk about the needs. Continue the conversation, building coalition, creating community, creating space, creating knowledge.
And I think with that, we can close our conference. Make the space, communicate, share, collaborate. I think those have been themes throughout the day and a half that we've been together. And I thank you all very, very much for attending. Thank you all. And those of you online, thank you for the technical issues as well. Bye. And see you next year. Where it hopefully won't be raining.
I'm very comfortable in this chair right now. I hate to belabor the point.
I think you should just take it home with you.
I've done worse things, and I've recovered from it. I've done worse.
Oh, thank you for